right now. All right, so turns out the batching was working fine-ish, but probably some fixes to make in the future to handle for server restart events. We started the admin portal. That is my main goal now. Alrighty. So, our plan for today. It turns out the batching was working fine-ish, but we probably have some fixes to make in the future to handle for server restart events. We started the admin portal, and that is my main goal for now. We need to be able to grant enterprise licenses in an easy way. Also, just give people free licenses, like Unplugged deserves, you know, a forever enterprise or unicorn or whatever tier, because their testing has been massively helpful. And I need to be able to assign it for my own stuff and forget Kraken and other companies. So that's our main goal. Wrap PF will probably end up being a temporal retry policy down the line with restarts, retries. Yeah. That's a very good point. Even though we're doing this like really slick, like process-based thing with Elixir to do our batching, instead I think it's just going to end up being essentially a cron job that checks for these things on some kind of interval. Right? It's really like slick the way we're doing it with built-in Elixir stuff, but at the end of the day, something more simple of just a cron job to check these things and send that stuff is probably just a better option. Definitely something to think about. But yeah, good call, Rap. How you doing out there? So, let's switch to the right screen. Let's get more music going first. It's a short one, but a good one.
This is medieval time!
All right, so I'm going to say this task is done. And I can zoom in for y'all. All right, admin portal is the big thing we're doing. So the part that we got to was we ended up building out the admin, like the layout for it, the thing that checks if our user actually is an admin. So now we need to actually start building out that homepage. So this right here, getting the orgs, oh, excuse me for the yawn. What we realized is this isn't giving us the full, like, list. We've got way more orgs than this is bringing back. So there's something up with how we're checking if we're an admin on the back end. And I think that's probably not too hard. Let's go figure that part out. So here in list orgs, we're doing this stuff. Orgs case current role. And we're trying to log current roll. And yeah, so the current roll is not being set correctly. We are currently none here. Ah. So it's the way we're doing this part, I guess. No, we're doing con, assign, permissions, role, super admin. Oh, nope, this is it. I see why. Because we're not able to match on this. Ooh, yes, this is where I'd want brainless here. But what we can do instead, hold on. Yeah, so this is actually our issue. What we want to do is maybe just nil. And that's con. And then that becomes that. It is implemented. Well, not on the... Is it on the trial tier? That part I'm less sure of. I think we've got it, like, disabled for the moment. Let me double check. Oop. Yeah. So, Slack is only for, like, pre-seed, like, paid tier. So that's why I want to get you the paid tier. I could picture Slack being on the trial tier, too. I don't see why not. I don't think it cost me anything extra. Oh no, that's something I'll think about. I think I want to keep webhooks separated out. But yeah, adding webhook support. That's not a bad one. Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah, like it should be in this list and just like disabled with a, you know, like an upgrade button or something. I feel like we're doing that somewhere, but I don't remember where. Yeah, that's a good point. We'll add that to our to-dos. Yep. Yeah, I like that. I could have sworn we were doing that with something else, but I don't remember what now. Oh, and is our server down? Oh, yep, server's down. Why is server down? Yeah, yeah, no, I thought it was something that we were doing in our drop-down list, but I don't remember where. Attempted to apply a function. Ah. Yeah, it's not con.assign. Assign con permissions and then like that. Hey, you're gonna be at Cascadia? Yeah, you're on the Lightning Talk stage, right? And what's up, Melky? Mr. Sir? Oh, it's ignored users. Yes. Thank you, Unplug. Yep, and we just have, like, coming soon. Yep. Yeah, I'll be recording the Lightning Talk stage. Hopefully I can get, like, good audio. That's the part I'm less concerned, or I'm less, like, confident about. And hey, thanks for the refollow, man. But yeah, Lightning Talk stage. Should be fun. You go into the pre-party. I think it's like karaoke or something, or I don't know. They've got some parties planned. This should be fun. You're back on Twitch again? Hell yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. I forget, what's your talk about? Using Go and JS together. Got it. Nice. Yep. JS on the front end, Go on the back end. Yep. That separation of concerns. I really like that. I just think it's better. Hold on. Let's see if we can spot you without, like, seeing the name. Yep. Easy enough. Easy enough. So yeah, Go Blueprint is a powerful CLI tool that helps users spin up Go backend projects. Recently, you added front-end support with popular libraries. The CLI tool now has 8,000 stars and growing. And is that something you built? Is that yours? It is. Sweet, dude. Dude, that's huge. Damn, that's a lot of stars, man. I'm guessing you did like a Hacker News post? Oh, you got blueprint.dev? Oh, go blueprint.dev? You didn't. How'd you get so many stars? I'm curious about that part. Like, it had to have been hyped up in some way. I mean, go blueprint.dev's still good. YouTube videos. That makes sense. Yeah, you made YouTube videos on it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, super cool, dude. You could do some better text here, though. Come on. There's like the fancy ones. Like React Inc. Hold on. Like, I know you're not using React Inc., but there was like a fun thing, like big text or something like that. It's like useful components, maybe. Big text. Yeah. I'm sure there's some implementation. Oh, do they not show all the examples? Ah, weak. This one has like a bunch of different like formats. I don't know. Just saying. I'm sure there's one in I'm sure there's a Go implementation. In fact, I'm guessing you used some kind of like implementation of that text stuff too. No, that's not it. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Looks great. Ooh, nice animated icons though. Yeah, really cool stuff, dude. So yeah, should be a good event. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Um, Seattle JS is just doing a Hangout version at the next event. I forget. Hold on, let me look at a calendar. So the next one would be the 10th. That's always an option. I should have let you know that we were doing like practice rounds. So basically, like me and another one of the Lightning Talk speakers gave our like practice talk at Seattle JS last month. Oh, I'll definitely be there. Yeah, for sure. It's just going to be a hangout party session. Duh, that sounds amazing. It'll probably be at Just the Tap in Pike Place type area. But let me get more music going. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, no worries. Yep. Yeah. See you in a week and a half. Maybe see you soon before that here on stream. If not, no worries. No stress. All right. So yeah, we've still got this issue because we're doing this assign and we don't have that for the moment for reasons. I think we need, that's where the import plug con, that's why it was complaining about that being missing. There we go. That was it. I knew it should have been a code smell, like figuring out why that was failing. All right, so we go to the admin portal and we should see that full list now. 500, sad panda. Key role not found. Line 44. Oh. Hey, what's up, Stonkfish? How you doing? And yeah, Melted Fire, Mr. Sirs. So, yeah, the thing we're doing right now is when the user tries to fetch all of these orgs, right, we've got this index. But then, theoretically, even if we did push the entire thing, yeah, we just want a separate endpoint. So we are going to create an admin. Right, this is messijoweb.admin.org controller. And then this is going to get a lot simpler. So yeah, creating an org. Thanks, Stonkfish. Appreciate that. Excuse me. Yeah, all right. So we're going to get rid of pretty much all of these other responses. All right, so then for this part, hold on, I actually messed that up. Yep. Okay, so let's get rid of all the stuff we're not using. I don't think I actually want to do that. Uh, yeah, we'll still do it. Right? No matter what, every endpoint here is going to require super admin permission. We can just do that. Yeah, all right. So we are going to do the admin stuff, but I think in our router, right, we got this whole like admin section. Yeah, so then think it ends up being good enough. So then, what we end up needing to do is for our services. And then, yeah, we just get rid of all this other stuff. So the main gist is there's going to be some admin specific endpoints, but as an admin, you can also just do any action on any org as you want. And CD rip. No thanks. I'm good. Right? Like, you guys don't even get music over there, so I'm not sure why you're asking that. And yeah, that's just some weird spam. So I'm tempted to just block you. That was a while ago. No other comments. Yeah, I'm just going to say hide user on this channel. All right, so let's clean all this up. All right, so then in portal here, right, instead of org service from there, we want services. Oh, and we'll give it a better name. All right, net error failed 404. Sad panda. API slash admin slash orgs. Does that fix it? Okay, so hold on. We need to go update the original org controller and get rid of just all of this. So yeah, man, that really simplified that route. In our router though, I think maybe server needed to be restarted there. No. Okay, so for some reason, our router is still not recognizing our route. Right, so we got auth, we got API, we've got admin. And yeah, that's a separate thing. Yeah, so we've got an issue here. We're getting a 404 for that endpoint. So there's definitely some way to debug what routes we're seeing. All right, so we see /admin/orgs. Ah, yep. So I know why it's a 404. It's because our admin routes handler is giving the 404. But why? Nope, that would be it. Yeah, let's just clean this up. Right, so that's going to be unauthorized no matter what. But then over here in the app, no, it's. I mean, it's probably. Oh, yep. It would be down here. Good call. I thought it was scrolling. So yeah, we're getting a 5 hundo. But yeah, like we already saw that 5 hundo is the issue here. And the reason is billing. Hey, what's up, Krasner? How you doing? Forgot to pay myself. No, the issue is just the way we're querying for these things. Right, so we've got this list orgs. We've got list orgs with roles. And then we're going to have list orgs with billing. Yeah, so list orgs with billing is what we need. Do I play Path of Exile? I do. I play Path of Exile 2, and I'm looking forward to the new season. I will probably be playing that tonight. Surprised James isn't in there already. Yeah, not sure what class I'm going to do. No, it's nothing like Dota. No, it's like a Diablo clone. I'd say it's closer to Torchlight. Yeah, for sure. It is much more difficult than Torchlight. Can you join? Yeah, absolutely. If you have Path of Exile 2, technically Path of Exile 2 requires that you do like the prepay, right? Like the early access like payment. But it'll be free to play when it finally releases. So, yeah, I think they were planning on doing like the full release sometime in 2026. They've got a lot of work to do. There's like a whole, I think, 2 more classes they got to do. Yeah, 2 more classes. They got to finish the campaign. There's a lot of like fine tuning. So yeah, they've easily got another 6 months of work. If you have Path of Exile 2 paid for, right? It's like $30 or something like that. Then yeah, you're more than welcome to join. All right, so this is list orgs with roles, not list orgs. Or not with roles, with billing. And there we go. So yeah, 200 okay, we see response, and we see all of that in there. We see, well, hold on, that's the wrong orgs. This one, we see all of them. Perfect. And yeah, I don't care about optimizing this as much. So we're just going to fetch all of them, you know? Not a big deal. Then here in this page, right, the portal is like the starting point. So yeah, admin portal, H1. Sure. Org.description? No. .billing.name though? Oh, and I messed something up here. I'm missing an ending div. And there we go. All right. So, yep, we see all of the localhost things. I mean, we can add pagination eventually. Right? Like, I don't care if it's that big of a request. This is just for the admin portal. Even if there's 1,000 things in it, like 1,000 things of this data, let's look at the size we got right now. Oh. Oh, response headers. Here we go. Content length 687. So we've got, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we're at 687 bytes over the wire, you know? That's not a big deal. I feel like it's got to be more than that. So, yeah, it's gzipped, which would explain the 687. So, over the wire, we really do kind of think about, what if we had 1,000 of these? It's not going to scale, like, fully linearly times 1,000. But even then, at 1,000, that's 600K. Like, I'm not worried about that at all. Like, the load on the server will be a little annoying, but this is going to be so, like, rarely loaded that it's not that big of a deal. I do think, yeah, you're right. We're going to want to do it eventually, but we're just trying to do, like, the MVP part first. I don't think we need to paginate this. Now, it may end up increasing in size, and we're going to do some other stuff, right? Like, I might want to fetch how many org users they have. Like, what other metadata do I want here, like, on this page? And yeah, if we really think about this, we should be able to update anyone else's stuff here. So I maybe don't need any of that, but we want to get these laid out and looking clean. All right, so then teams, this is something like that. We'll say text 2XL, font bold. Oh. All right, so then as we start doing these, right, we got the key. We're going to say flex row, gap 4. I might even just want to do like a table. Does Neo-Brutalism have a table? I brought table in yet? Oh, you like it? Thanks. Looks like we did bring in table. Let's just add it here too, just in case. Yep. Yeah, we had it in the marketing site. Yes, these docs are great. Neo-Brutalism is what we're using for like this entire site. And yeah, it's really clean. Like they did a good job. It's basically built on top of Shad CN. So you get all of that like good management of it and how it's like, installed locally instead of like a big dependency. I don't know, it's nice. I like it. What's the difference between table head and table header? I don't know. Oh, it goes inside of the table row. Got it. Hey, what's up, Ami? How you doing? All right, so then instead of H2, maybe we'll do an H2 still. But this will be table cell. And we get something like that. All good. You're just about to have dinner. Nice. All right. So then, this is not quite right. What we're gonna have in here, and at the end of this, we're gonna say flex items. I can never remember this. Is it center? And then justify? Yeah, it's justify. Justify end. And this is where we want to do a drop-down menu. And yeah, what is for dinner? Ordinary rice, beans, salad, and steak? Oh, that sounds good. That sounds really good. I'm gonna do burgers tonight, I think. I haven't done like a good hot meal in a bit. I've just been doing the ham sandwiches, which have been amazing. Yeah, I'm really glad I bought that ham from Costco, right? Like a big fat chunk of ham, sliced it in half, and then have been doing sandwich stuff with it, and then I put the other half in the freezer. I should have vacuum sealed the other half, but whatever. You got Thai food fried rice from yesterday, and you have leftovers from that. Your wife is currently making some naan bread to eat it with. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I actually had Indian food on Wednesday. I forgot about that. And I might order Indian food tomorrow too. Ooh, so I got a quick question for everyone. Do I have Claude Code or Claude Desktop installed? I don't. I'm gonna go install that real quick. So my coworker slash basically boss, I think. Yeah. We'll say basically boss. It's not my like immediate boss, but at the same level as my boss, just in marketing versus product marketing. Um, she has an issue with Claude Code that I think is very strange. Where we're trying to get her set up with the HubSpot MCP server. Yeah, I didn't mean Claude Code. I meant Claude Desktop. It's just a brain fart. I keep saying it when I don't mean it. I meant Claude Desktop. So then, yes, if we open the Claude app, it does that. Skip that. Let's just make it a little bigger. Let me get more music going first, because I know it was the last song on the album. So then, if we go to settings here, right? So we see that I've got node 2211.0, and then they've got their built-in version here. The weird thing is on my, let's just say for ease, my boss's machine, it says node 8 right here. But when she goes to her terminal and she's installed like, node directly or through NVM or through Brew, or installed PNPX or whatever, like none of that stuff matters, and it's showing version 8, even though like her node-v in her terminal is saying version 22. When you do a which for node, it points to user local bin, as we'd expect. And when you do node space dash v, it shows the right version, but somehow Claude Desktop is finding the wrong version of node. Now, it's especially weird because it should be using the built-in Node.js version. She doesn't have NVM installed. I misspoke when I said that earlier. But the thing is, like, her terminal has the right version. So I don't understand how Claude would be seeing the wrong version. What would be a way on a Mac that you would use to find every instance of Node that could be getting used? Ask Claude. It's not a bad idea. Use find. Okay. That's actually a great call. Let's do that. Wait. All right. So yeah, new chat. Let's just try this. Yeah, but the bundled version inside of what Claude sees is 100% like the Node version. Someone talking about, oh, good catch, good call. Yeah, she ran NVM. Would be to uninstall Node 8. Yeah, yeah. What we're trying to do is figure out like where it is and what the right uninstall would be. Okay. She's not using NVM, right? Let me just point that out. She is not using NVM. I misspoke when I said that earlier. We did an NVM -v and it was no executable found. Let me just see how this runs here. So I'm using NVM. So we did check with Brew. Yeah, so here's what I'm going to do. Sorry, let me just paste this for her to try it. All right, so user opt users. Oh, I didn't see that it was asking for that. I know, right? I don't expect she's going to have much in like the library caches stuff. All right, cool. On 8 being in the path, I don't necessarily want to do it for 8. What I'd want to do is maybe, right, once she gets back a list of that, instead of piping to that, what I'd want to do is I'd want to pipe every entry in the list to then do like a node dash V with that path. And then we could figure out which one is actually version 8, right? Yeah, so that's what I think I'd want to do after that. But yeah, anyway, thank you all for helping me brainstorm that real quick. Like, see, there's so much value to just being on stream. I really like it. I appreciate you guys for being here. And it's 4:30 on a Friday, which is basically 5 o'clock, right? So I think it's whiskey time. Let me go rinse out the glass. I got some more limes. And we're going to keep building out this this dashboard, right? So I'll save it for now. Yeah, exactly. And then we will take a look. All right, so here we go. We see that. What I think I'd want to do is maybe, yeah, we're going to make these smaller, right? We're going to get the billing shifted over, and then we'll get some other like metadata in there that might be useful, right? Like, I think the count of users would be useful. Like, what other stuff would I want to see? And even like styling this much better is probably like outside of scope. Yeah, number of keywords. Honestly, yeah, we can make this. We can make this a full-on like metadata thing, right? Number of keywords, number of notifications, types of notifications. Yeah, I like that. I really like that. And then eventually we'd have a button that's a drop down over here, and that drop down would allow us to maybe do some of the stuff, right? Like if we want, we could maybe delete a thing. You've got the same issue. Okay, so yeah. Damn. All right. So we figured something out. Yes, it's finding a version of Node that it shouldn't be using, and it may be something in her bash RC. Yeah, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, let me go. Let's do the whiskey thing. BRB. I need more water too. Okay, and then one thing I got to do real quick. It's finally cool enough to do laundry again, so I had to get the dryer restarted. Okay. So let's pour a beverage. Friday time. When reading Messijo, you thought messy mojito? Nope, not quite. Yeah, so Messijo, right? Like the J-I instead of J-O, is Korean for message. But, yes, we're actually making a reference to IT Crowd with ours, right? I know a lovely restaurant, good atmosphere, great food. Oh? I didn't actually take you for a restaurant person. Of course I'm a restaurant person. Why wouldn't I be a restaurant person? Cheese string? Anyway, yeah, great atmosphere, good food. Okay, where is it? What's it called? Messijo. Is that French? French? No, it's English. And no, he doesn't say French. He says Spanish. No, no, she either says Italian or Spanish. I forget which. And then he does the same thing with Roy, and then he does the other one. Alrighty, so yeah. And how's everyone's Friday? Damn, I didn't even put Happy Friday in the title. That's how late I started today. Let's do that. Fired. Alrighty. So yeah. Alrighty, so let's do this the right way. So first step, I want to get this little like drop down. Drop down menu. There we go. What do we allow for variance here? I think we just want neutral, or yeah, we'll do neutral for now. So then pencil and trash. I don't know. We'll do currency for now. Instead of trash. And hey, what's up, Vibov? Yeah, it's been a bit. Yeah, welcome back. Currency is not it. All right, let's go to Lucide. I'd say circle $sign is good enough. And wait, what's up, Glauber? Today is really Friday. Yeah. Unless I'm missing a day. Did I lose a day? I believe it's Friday. For sure. Hell yeah. Kill it and grill it, brother. Yep. Oh, we could even do Venetian Mask. Oh, that's a fun one. All right, let's clear some of the stuff we're not using so we don't get build errors. And 1 second. You love the theme I have going on. Yeah, it's just neo-brutalism. I wish I could claim credit, but no, it's just a really good, it's a really good set of components. Wait, what about TikTok? What about the Tic Tac? And hey, hold on. Who gifted a sub? Oh, thanks for subscribing, Abu. Oh. Yeah. Got it. The Tic Tac. Yeah, you enjoyed that one? Yeah, I thought it was a good TikTok too. Yeah, that one felt good. How was my week? Nice and chill, except, well, technically not chill. Like, we relaxed and had a good old time, but it was hot. Like, it's been warm for like the past week. So you missed out. You should have been here. You would have gotten a free beanie list for the entire stream. But it'll warm up here soon. We look at the 10-day. Yeah, next Wednesday and Thursday. Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week look like they're gonna suck. But yeah, no, I had fun. We're good. Yeah, stoked on it. All right, so let's actually think about what would impersonate look like. I think we can actually implement that pretty easily. Wait. No, today looks fine. Yeah, so today's good to go, right? We're at like 70 something. Tomorrow's 78, 79, 79. It's not till like, yeah, like next week during the week that it's going to be too hot for me, especially Thursday. Like these days are going to suck. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah. Right now we're at a pretty reasonable temperature. Right? 75 ish. Yeah. Totally fine. That was nice for Atlanta, I bet. And yeah, here's to hoping I get accepted for Render ATL for a talk next year. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? It's hot, but you're close to the ocean, so you get a good breeze, right? Where is roll coming from? Types. Okay. So yeah, what we want to do is set selected org and then navigate, which we need to bring in. Yeah, Good Friday. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I make good background noise while we're chilling. If you want to, have the chat, but you want to listen to your own music, you can always turn on the YouTube. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But yeah, no worries. No stress. I just appreciate the lurk. But yeah, you're going to grab a beer. Yep, I'm having a whiskey, so cheers to that. Bink. All right, so here's the thought. I should be able, right? Like, we're on Harker right now, but what if I were to do this? Impersonate. So we're getting 404s when we're trying to fetch keywords and stats and all that stuff. Which would make me actually think... I've got those in the wrong order. I've got those in the wrong order. Boom! All right. So I'm able to go and look at their keywords. Sure. I'm able to go look at their notifications, which they have none of yet. But I could theoretically... present them. Okay. So yeah, right? Our impersonation of a mod, or like a super admin, being able to modify other people's things, I think works. Right? I could switch to a different team. This seems incorrect. Ooh, but you know what? Nope, that's still not right. So we didn't set the selected org properly. Hmm. Oh, and I'm missing something in that table, so we'll do that real quick. And live free or die. AG. I'm not sure what the AG stands for. But yeah, thank you for the sub. No, that's fine. I appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. So you've been following for a while, but you haven't tuned in much. Am I fluent in C++? I'm not. And yeah, you have been following for a bit. No, I've only done very limited. Oh, live free, die a G. Ah, I get it. I get it. That's a little. That makes more sense. Theoretically, I'm distantly related to the "Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death" dude. What was it? Patrick Henry. Yep. Yeah. Give me liberty or give me death. Yeah, like very distantly. Like I don't see any of that money. Shit. Where's my Patrick Henry money? I don't know. I'm just bullshitting. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's a great little speech. I haven't done a 23andMe or anything like that though. I probably should. Or Ancestry or any of that stuff. I should probably do that. Khalil, thank you for the follow just now though. And yeah, Abu, thank you for that sub, dude. I appreciate you. And Live Free Dia G, thank you as well. Did you always have that name, Live Free Dia G, or did you change that? Because I don't know. I feel like I would have remembered that, but maybe not. Oh, this was just your first chat. So you've been following a while, but you haven't chatted. That was it. Okay. Yeah. No worries. No, you just haven't chatted before, so I didn't notice. Yeah. I'm not too worried about the privacy part. Like, let me put it this way. I'd be surprised if I don't have another family member who's done the ancestry thing and verified the Patrick Henry stuff. So I could just ask them. You know, fuck it. Yeah, sounds about right. It's like an Xbox game, you know? Yeah, for some reason, the impersonate didn't do what we wanted. So now I need to figure out why. The org user is failing out before we get to that. So maybe I do want to change the order back to super admin first. Yeah, that was the end of the album. Damn, the albums are going quick today. About to start a C++ focused class in college. Oh, that sounds awesome. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, I get programming logic, but once you start getting into like crazy C++ features like templates and some of those things, I don't know those very well. I feel like templates are basically just decorators, but I could be wrong. Like anyone out there in chat that's a C++ person, like feel free to like fill in the blanks, correct me where I'm wrong. I know nothing about like C++ features. I know they have classes, and basically I've heard that if you write C++ in a manner where it's basically just C with classes, it's a much more like manageable code base. You got to eschew a bunch of like the weird crazy features that come with C++. But if you end up doing that, you've got, you know, just the procedural logic of C with a little bit of like grouping of those things via classes, which ends up being theoretically a nice way to go about that kind of stuff. You learned Python and Java, but noticed while coding that you can't code without AI help. I mean, it depends, like, how much help you're getting from it. Like, that'd be like, depending on what you're using it for. If you're just vibe coding, well, that's tougher. If you're just doing auto-completion, that's pretty chill. That's straightforward. Even before AI, I don't really know that many competent devs that didn't use IntelliSense, you know, or like language servers, etc. So just look at like AI auto-completion as the evolution of that. And then if you're like having to constantly ask AI questions, that's fine, right? That's just filling in the void of like asking a Google search, you know? It's just the new Google search. So if you recognize where these things are taking their places, then you're good to go. But if you're just vibe coding a bunch of shit and saying accept all, well then yeah, that's the wrong way to go. And that's fine with free IAG. Like, it's just like if you had to Google for that stuff. It's the same thing. At some point, if you have to Google for it enough, you don't need to Google for it anymore. Yeah, like, that's totally fine. Don't feel bad about any of that, right? There's the people back in the day, like, we're talking even 10 years ago. Oh, if you have to Google the difference between call and apply, you're not getting a job here. I don't want to work at a place like that. Because how often do you need to use JavaScript's .call or .apply on a function? It's really rare. Anyone that has that memorized does it often enough where they're going to memorize it, or they learned a mnemonic, and then anyone that doesn't just looks it up when they need to. Problem solved. Same thing with slice and splice. Memorizing that stuff was never the goal. All right, so I do want this to go through super admin user first. At which point, this part's fine too. Yeah, no. So we do just want to go through super admin user first. So then if, right, is super admin, otherwise if it's not, we just continue on through the pipeline. And then belongs to org. This org user part is what we'd want to do there. Exactly, Ilya. Yeah, for sure. 100%. And yeah, hold on. Methuselah. Yeah, that was a good point, too. For sure. Right? Sometimes you just need to step away and do something different. You know? Let things like gel in your mind, you know? All right, so then super admins get passed through. Ooh. So hold on. We just noticed a styling bug that we can fix real quick. There we go. Yep, so payment method. Yeah, that makes sense. That would probably never actually be an issue. Okay. But then a hard refresh, we switch to the one that we're on. Yep. Yeah, how do I leave the impersonation? Well, number one, I could just refresh because we got some logic that's going to toggle that for us. But yeah, so if I go and do this, impersonate, right, we can see switch team or admin portal. I can switch back to my team. So yeah, we actually just made impersonation work. Let me double check it's actually working. Admin portal, precede, impersonate. We go notifications. Let's create one. Boo. We'll say email. All right, create notification. That should work. Yep. Ah, but clicking that gives us a full page refresh. So I might want to have like an is impersonating or something. Or we just make that button work better. We just make that button work better. Yeah. It should be a navigate. Or a link. Let's double check. Let's double check. I might have it as just an A tag. I do. It's just an A tag. Right, so then if I impersonate again... Perfect. Nailed it. Nailed it. Yes, I should definitely be tracking that. And that's why, yeah, that's a good call. We should definitely have a banner saying, like, impersonating... maybe, yeah, I guess impersonating's fine. Keep in mind, like, I'm the only one that's ever going to see this, but I don't want to make mistakes on someone else's account. So, yes, it's important. We should do that. Yeah. Technically... Right, selected org here. Like the DVD splash screen, it just like bounces around. That's not a bad idea. Yeah. I mean, if it gets big enough, yes, we'll have to put in the effort to do a proper support team thing. Yeah, that's a good point. By the time we're doing that, we're going to want to have a whole bunch of like audit tracking and craziness. But yeah, that's a great point. Like, if I eventually want to go the VC route and stuff, yes, we're going to have to deal with having teams and doing all this shit. So how do we make sure that works right, you know? Yeah. So let's think about this. We've got selected org and orgs. Ooh, that's actually a good call. Yeah, good catch. I like that. So then we don't even need the Boolean. Yeah, that's a good one. Good call, Khalil. Yeah, and thank you for the follow. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, good call. Because it's already in the state as the selected org. Right? Like it's already in there. Currently, right now, yeah. Um. Well, hold on. Wait. Yeah, I have that backwards in the set is impersonating. There we go. Yep. Boom. All right. So then we just want to style it a little better. What's up, Vessler? Which video on YouTube? Take it easy. No need to yell. The software as a service one? Like the one that I'm building right now? Yeah, so I've got the same, like, like I multi-stream to Twitch and YouTube. Are you saying you saw one of my, like, older VODs or whatever? Versus the one that's live right now? And wait, what's up, Zero? Okay, yeah, welcome. We're kind of in the middle of a task. But you can check it out at Messijo.com if you want. Like, you can actually sign up and use the product. Okay, and then yeah, that description's wrong. It's a little annoying that we got to switch back here. All right. So yeah, I think we got impersonation done enough. So we've got one of these use effects up here that is setting our current org. Hmm. Oh, here it is. All right, so now, do I often develop any kind of tests? Yeah, it depends on what we're building and why. I often really like doing API tests. Right, so making sure that your API responds in the way that you say it does. Right, checking your open API specification against what you've generated. Or against like your actual API. All right, so then I save, and we're not resetting unless we want to. Perfect. For this project, we're really not doing any tests at all because it's a very like MVP kind of project. right? We need to make sure what we're building actually works and does what people want, and then we can start building stuff. But there's definitely a saying in the startup world, if you shipped with tests, you shipped too late. Now, I don't think it's 100% accurate, but for something as small as this, I think it is accurate. All right, so I do want to make this look a little prettier here in a minute. Yeah, I'm stoked we got impersonation working so quickly. I was thinking that was going to be a lot tougher. And by having the impersonation done the way we're doing it, it kind of means we only have a few specific endpoints to do for admins. Right? We aren't impersonating a specific users. The moment a user reports user-specific bugs, it becomes a little tougher. For a client, you should probably be testing, but technically, you should have built that into your billing. So if you didn't build it into your initial billing, that's actually a flaw in your contract. You should have estimated it into how much you're charging. It should have been a line item within like your set of deliverables and your statement of work, etc. And then the client can decide how much they want to pay for that, and it becomes a part of the negotiation process. For client work, you should probably always be assuming that you're going to pay, like they're going to pay for you to do tests, because there's a different level of like ethics on what you're handing off for someone else versus what you're just building on your own. There you go, J-Huck. Yeah, I mean, it depends. I think certain things need tests and certain things don't. For Walter, my like billing thing, I've got a whole bunch of those tests. Right? I've got a whole bunch of tests for like, does the recurring stuff keep working? You'll probably follow without tests. Maybe. I'm just saying in the future, when you do a better contract with your clients, you should make sure that tests are part of the conversation. And you should be billing accordingly. Right? It should go into your estimates and all that stuff. So yeah, just, you know, up to you. But there's a reason why software devs typically just don't make good salespeople. They typically don't make good project managers, because we leave stuff like that out all the time. Oh, I can do that in a day. And fully tested? Oh, well, give me 3 days. Right? Devs are really bad at estimating. Right? It's why like a lot of like agile teams have to come up with what their definition of done actually is. Yeah, so yeah, J-Huck. Yeah, I think it depends. J-Huck's over on YouTube if you guys aren't aware. They're asking, they basically said they like that saying, they were stressing over creating unit tests for their app. Maybe they should launch 1.0 first. And I think that makes sense. And then as bugs come in, maybe you write regression tests to make sure those same bugs don't happen. in the future, and that can be the start of your unit testing. But yeah, like for indie hacking, especially, there's more value to just getting it out there and proving the idea before you waste too much time on other stuff. Like GitKraken acquired another company, CodeC, and their code base was beautiful. They had a shitload of tests, but part of that acquisition was recognizing, like, yeah, they probably shipped too late and spent way too much time building their framework and doing all that testing instead of actually like finding customers that want to pay for it. So none of this stuff's ever 100%. There's just a bit of what is worth our time, because time is a finite asset. Yep. Yeah, anytime you spend writing your tests is time you're not developing a new feature. The moment you feel like you're being slowed down in developing new features because you're breaking other things and fixing bugs created from weird ass things that shouldn't be touching each other, well, then, yeah, maybe it's time for testing. But that timing is different for everyone. And keep in mind, there's a very big difference between developing software at a big company versus launching your own side project. We're talking about launching your own side project. Yep, no worries. Yeah, okay. So I'd say impersonation is done. What is the next step? Let's get more data into our fetch, which means I think we want to rename this. Yeah, I want to do that after we get more data into the row. But then, yes, upgrading the user to another plan, or technically upgrading the org to another plan. I like that. That'll be what we do right after we get some of this other metadata in there. All right, so what I want to do is we're going to join on org user in org user where that. Keywords in keyword, notifications, and we'll just do that. Hey, what's up, Alan? How you doing, Mr. Sir? And Alan, you're saying you had one of those days, heads down coding, where it felt like you blinked and it was 9 hours later. Yeah, I've had a few of those. Ah, hold on, there it is. Keyword. Yeah, that's awesome, though, Alan. Yeah, that sounds great. Should probably go touch grass or something in a bit, Alan. Yeah, or smoke some grass. I think that would count too. I think that counts as touching grass, actually. To which Alan says, takes notes. Not a big fan of jazz. Too many unnecessary notes. I've always loved the fact that that's like, Alan, if you've ever seen Always Sunny in Philadelphia, that's one of Charlie's lines. Like, he's kind of an idiot, but he has very strong opinions about jazz and, like, music making. He's like a bit of a savant when it comes to the music. So yeah, like just having that opinion about jazz and being snobby about jazz is funny. Like it's really good. Not a big fan of jazz. Too many unnecessary notes. Yeah, dude. Exactly. Jazz is about the notes you don't hear. Then why the fuck am I listening to it? Like, you know, like... So Stockfish, we're using Postgres. When you want to mess with people, you put on some Out There Miles Davis, and they're always like, what the fuck even is this? Yeah. Like, really good musician, made a lot of good stuff, but he also made a bunch of stinkers, in my opinion. You know, you can't be that prolific without having stuff that's going to rub some people the wrong way. Right, and you can't make music for as long as he did without changing your style, and that's going to piss people off too. It's like that one Tool song, Hooker with a Penis, where, like, you know, they got the lyric, like basically they told them they sold out, and then the lyric is like, I sold my soul to make a record. And dipshit, then you bought what? You know, like, I don't know. It's a really, like, it's not my favorite Tool song, but the mentality of it is really good. And yeah, like, Tool specifically put out their heaviest stuff first, because that's what was getting, like, bought at the time. That was getting people signed, you know? They had always wanted to make other stuff, but they couldn't do anything but the really heavy stuff if they wanted to get signed. And yeah, they sold out. Yeah, they sold their soul to make a record. You know? And you listened to it, didn't you? So yeah. Definitely not my favorite Tool song, but I really like the mentality of it. But yeah, what's up there, GPU Sim? How you doing? No, yeah, so that's the thing, Alan, but it's almost like we're ready for a fucking resurgence of anti-establishment stuff, right? Like if you think about it, we're really at a refresh of the 80s, which was technically still continuing the 70s a bit. Right? Like the 70s were all about the vapid disco era. The 80s were still kind of doing that, right? Where like the MTV commercials were like making fun of the dude from American Splendor. Right? I think we're just right back into that like really shallow aspect of society again. But it's always kind of been that way, you know? Like, can you think of an era where it wasn't a thing? No, not really. Like, the 2000s. No, it was still like a really superficial era. Ooh, Britney Spears, she put on weight, didn't she? But I think just general, like, alternative music hated on that shit, right? So no matter what, there's always going to be the counterculture. I just think the counterculture right now isn't as strong as it should be. So it's maybe that like pop culture is always just vapid and superficial, but the counterculture is the one that like ebbs and flows of being in the zeitgeist or not. And right now, the counterculture is not in the zeitgeist. But I think it will be. I don't know. I've definitely like thought about this stuff a lot. Do I think social media is pushing it down? To a degree. Like in general, the algorithms are suppressing it. You go on Blue Sky and you can have all the counterculture you want, depending on who you follow. But yeah, if you really think about it, like the early 90s were a big push back against the vapidness of like hair metal and the 70s before that, you know? Right? And like disco. So, yeah, there was a good like 8 years in the 90s where counterculture music was bigger than pop culture. It's stuff that allowed Alanis Morissette to be a fucking massive superstar. Like, really, can you think of a single, like, bubblegum pop band from the early 90s? I'm sure they existed. Like, I mean, that's when, like, The Locomotion came out, right? That was, like, an early 90s song. Ace of Base, like, a bunch of that bullshit. But it was overshadowed by better music at the time. And even then, Ace of Base wasn't that bad. But yeah, like just think about like the prevalence of all like the terrible fucking 80s pop stars like Tiffany and some of that bullshit versus the 90s that were specifically pushing back against it. We need like a modern grunge at this point. I think it's tricky because like there's a lot of these things that just they don't get the same like hold over society in a way that it would have pre-internet, right? But now everybody is exposed to it way sooner than it has time to like grow into this like phenomenon, you know? Like there's room for everybody's taste on the internet now, which is tougher. I don't know. I really like talking about this stuff, though. But maybe chat doesn't. So let's get back to coding. Yeah, Alan, like, dude, I could talk music with you forever. But let's, I guess, get to some coding or something. Anyway, yeah. Now I'm just thinking about it, right? Yeah. Counterculture. Like people start thinking that it's about politics, and counterculture is like anti-politics. At least like anti the politics they want to shove down our throat. I did see a thing recently. I think it was a Hacker News thing, or maybe it was Reddit. But there was a mention of after societal collapse, things are in general better for everybody. So when a system fails, the result of coming out of the failure ends up being more egalitarian than the thing before it. Like almost always. Which is interesting. So at some point we might actually be able to eat the rich. Not literally. I'm not a cannibal. Yeah, like I don't know. I'd have to try and find where I saw that article. I don't remember it all. Yeah, I don't remember it all. All right, we are going to call this admin list orgs response though, which means this needs to be admin list orgs response as well. And yeah, hold on. Yeah. Let's do some code stuff. Exactly. Yeah. So here we go. This is admin list orgs response. And we don't have that yet. So we need to stop and rebuild the SDK. And hey, what's up, Brainless? Yeah, let's start that streak again. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, how you doing, Brainless? So what websites are good for doing coding projects that teach? I mean, the Odin project is pretty good. I'd say check this one out. And then what was that website that a bunch of people shilled because they got referral bonuses? They've reached out to me to shill their shit, but unless they're actually paying me, I'm not gonna dedicate a lot for it, but I still think it's kind of cool. And yeah, affiliate stuff. Like, I feel gross doing affiliate stuff. Code Crafters. That's the one. Yeah, there's a bunch of streamers they worked out a deal with. I'm pretty sure Pirate Software did it at one point. I don't know. Yeah, a bunch of other streamers did it. Nah, I'm not making anything. I'm not looking for any referral bullshit. But if you do want to build your own shell or build your own grep or build your own Redis or whatever, project-based learning could be worth it. I think it's weird they got all this with all these stages. Yeah, Code Crafters could be good. Affiliate is an anagram of conflict of interest. I mean, so is sponsorship at that point, but I'll take a sponsor. But I want to be just explicitly paid for sponsoring something, and I want it to be obvious that I got paid, sponsorship-wise, right? But yeah, I don't know. Code Crafters seems all right. I haven't used it. I don't endorse it. I've just seen it. And what up, Vibby? How you doing? They do seem like a cool company, and I hope they're successful. I just, you know. Without giving me something, I don't do the affiliate thing. But, you know, if you do want to buy one of these fairly expensive keyboards, I would make a 3% referral fee from it. So again, am I above this? No. But they did give me a free keyboard. Like a free $600 keyboard. So I'll take that. And yeah, if you end up buying a keyboard through them, I think I get like $20 or something. I'm okay with it. Yep. Yeah, the Defy is interesting because it's columnar, so all the keys are like directly over each other. The Raise is the one that has like the staggered keys still, right? Like standard. So just in case, right? Defy versus Raise, you get to like, you know, you get to choose. Yeah. And please do not feel obligated. Vivi, like I just linked it. Keyboard here is the keyboard I'm using right now. If I can type. It's not helping, obviously. God damn it. I can type, I swear. I know I clicked the K key. Finally. All right, we figured it out. Bourbon fingers. Yep. A little bit of bourbon fingers. No, I'm actually just really bad at typing. I'm really bad at typing. But yeah, you know, if it's a keyboard you want and you were going to buy it anyway, then go for it. But don't feel obligated or like, yeah, don't worry about buying the keyboard just because I use it. If it's one you were already considering getting, well then, yeah, sure, use the referral code. But I'm not worried about it. I got a free keyboard. Yeah, I can't touch type anything. Lightspeed. No, there's definitely some stuff, right? Like, hold on. Let me make sure my fingers are in the right place. Oh, I was so close. I was very close there. Right, so I can touch type certain things. Mostly. Does Synthwave belong in a museum? Junior? There you go, Unplugged. Nailed it. All right, so this casting is hacky, but let's do this. So we're going to have some more cells. All right, so we got those. Oh, yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, 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 yep. I get it. I get it. So yeah, it's over in accounts here. All right, not quite. Must be used in the group by or in an aggregate function. So hold on. It's one of the only things I'll play on this stream with singing. Yeah, exactly, Unplugged. And yeah, what up, Mom? Yeah, how's your day going? The thing we're building, we got a command for it. It's the project command. Yeah, so check that out. It's that last command there, right? We're working on a tool for listening to keywords on Blue Sky. Did I see the new expert? No? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Brainless. Because I don't believe in live view. I think it's a bad pattern. Oh, the official LSP for Elixir? No, I haven't seen that. I feel like they've had one, but yeah, what makes the new official one better? Hey, what's up, Young? How you doing? Ooh, a mom. So, right, you've been spending $300+ every month at a Starbucks. Decided you're gonna invest in a coffee corner in the home. Invested approximately $700 so far on coffee equipment just now. Nice. Does that mean you're gonna be buying some of that terminal coffee? But yeah, no, that sounds like a good option. Like, I really like that. The key is, like, you're gonna be out and about and want a coffee, right? So you're not gonna write off the entire 300, but how much coffee do you drink at home versus out and about, right? And you could easily, like, assume that a percentage of that 300 is still going to be something you're going to spend, but now you don't have to feel nearly as bad about it. And you're going to make back your investment pretty quick, I bet. Right? Even if it's only 60%, or let's say 2/3, you could do from home at $200 a month, you're going to pay off your investment within 4 months, right? So yeah, I think that works. Yeah, I think that's a very admirable thing there, Mom. But yeah, so Flying Whale. I've been using Elixir off and on, I don't know, for a long time. Let's call it 10 years. Little less than 10 years. But that doesn't mean like I'm a full-on expert with it, right? Because time doesn't actually equal expertise. I've been working on this and maybe like my previous project and some other things. If we consider the time I spent on that, let's just call it 3 years of experience. And then if you want to count Ruby, maybe call it like 4 or 5 years of experience. Because I did a lot of Vagrant scripts back in the day. But back to your question about live view, I think live view is a bad pattern. Live view is a bad pattern because it's trying to do front end things from the back end, and that's always just counterintuitive. When you want to build a really good client-side application, you're going to look at React or Vue or Svelte or any of those frameworks. And that is how you build like a really good single-page application. If you need server-side rendering, then live view can be nice, but it's the same thing I complain about Next.js for. You typically don't need Next.js. You don't need server-side rendering of your templates for anything that's behind a login. So at that point, like, I think live view was created for people that don't want to touch JavaScript to make UIs. But then it involves them learning this thing that's very specific to their language, rather than just learning to do front-end JavaScript right. So then you're siloed to this one very specific thing for the one back-end language you use. You should learn more than one back-end language, personally. You should be really good at building a REST API in any language, and then consuming that into the front end, or any kind of front end, and you don't care what your back end was built with. By coupling those things together, I think you're really fucking up. And I don't consider it a massively like scalable endeavor. I don't want my back end REST APIs to worry about rendering templates. That's a bad idea. That's a waste of resources. You can let your client render the templates if you just ship them static assets. I'm not here to sell you on Phoenix Elixir. I don't care, man. Use it or don't. I don't give a shit. Alright? Just build stuff. I'm not here to sell you a language. That's not my job. I'm here to build stuff and make it fun to hang out. I'm not here to sell you on some tech. That's for other fucking streamers, you know? Strong opinions about languages, that's for other streamers. That's not for me. I just want to build shit. To get to the basics of it, Phoenix is a really nice framework for building REST APIs. There are other frameworks in other languages that do the same. Tomato, tomato with it. I think Node.js is a bad platform for Like the larger REST API thing. If you want to build a persistent server, Node.js is really good for serverless. In general, if I'm going to do serverless, it's going to be Node.js or Rust or Go. If I'm building something persistent, it could be Rust, it could be Go, but I wouldn't use Node.js for a persistent server because I don't want to deal with clustering Node.js. But these are all personal opinions, like, who cares? Yes, I've done a shitload of PHP. I've done a massive amount of PHP. I don't think they have any frameworks that really give me what I'm looking for REST API stuff. Laravel actually does, but I don't know. I like the experience of Elixir's Phoenix framework more than I like Laravel, but I haven't done much Laravel in the past, let's say, 5 years. Yo, Coppinger, dude, anytime, man. I'm so stoked to see you streaming again. Even though, yeah, while you're streaming, my numbers will be lower than they should be because we overlap quite a bit, and I'm okay with it. I'd rather see you streaming than not. I'd rather take a hit to my numbers. I'm okay with it. Okay, so Alan has a thing over here on the YouTube. Future silly project idea based off that other person's comment. Sample the color of my beanie and have it update color schemes for something. Honestly, sampling it and making it update like themes on chat here would be kind of interesting. I don't do enough like I don't have that much that is like color based in my like stream setup, but we could eventually. That could be kind of fun. So, Vidi, my point in general is, yes, you should use PHP or Rails, like technically Ruby or Elixir or any of this shit, and just build a REST API that you can consume from anywhere. Then at that point, it doesn't matter what your backend was built with. It's just a REST API that your front end's consuming. By decoupling those things, you're able to build one and not care about how the other is built. So you could refactor the back end or the front end from framework to language to whatever, and all you care about is the contract between the two, which is your REST API, right? How the REST API delivers that data, you could segment that into microservices. You could do all sorts of shit. I don't care. But I just want the thing in the middle to be how they communicate, that REST API. If you have a good REST API specification, you're set. Your front end doesn't care about how your back end is built, and vice versa. When you start doing stuff like Live View, the moment you want to refactor to a better user experience by building a proper SPA, you have to then go and redo all of your back end to support just delivering data. Ooh, a Philips Hue light. Ooh, that could be nice. Yeah, right? Like, notice how there's like a little like light hitting my hair right here? That's from like a light that's just behind me in the corner. But I can make that like a Philips Hue RGB light. That's not a bad idea. I like that. But yeah, Coppinger, what have you been up to lately, man? And how do you like the design? Like, ignore the fact that we're seeing some grossness. Let me just switch to the right team. Here we go. And Code Warrior, thank you for the raid, Mr. Sir. Cheers. So yeah, this admin portal that's failing to load right now, but, you know, how do you feel about the design of this there, Coppinger? Dark mode? Nah, no dark mode. Nah, I think you need a bit of sunshine in your life, right? This is getting you some of that sweet vitamin D from your monitor, right? No big deal. All right, so real quick, Code Warrior, you're doing some Docker stuff, some Podman, some Blazor, doing some Keycloak stuff. Ooh, very nice. Very cool. Yeah, Code Warrior. Yeah, describe the project you were working on. I'm curious about that. I still think Blazor Wasm is a bad pattern too, because I just think LiveView and LiveWire and Hotwire and all of those things are a bad pattern. But if you want to build apps that way, don't let me sway you. I just don't want to build apps that way. I want to build a proper canonical REST API and then consume it from wherever I want. That could be a mobile app. That could be a desktop app. That could be something on like an Apple Watch or something. I don't care, right? It shouldn't matter. You just need to spit out data for these things that need it. And I am strongly opinionated about that, far less opinionated about how you build that REST API. I really don't care. Yeah, and it's nothing against Blazor specifically. I'm not a fan of the back end rendering anything. I just want JSON out of it. That's it. No, that makes sense. I get it. I'm not saying anyone else should agree with what I'm saying or do exactly what I'm saying. I'm just pointing out why I make the decisions I do. Right? That was the question that someone asked. I think. Or that's me guessing that's actually what they were asking. Does that make sense, Flying Whale? Yeah. Elixir is plenty fast, sure, but there are other fast languages too. And at some point, the speed differences between them are negligible because what we're dealing with when we're making a REST API in general is just a glue language or a glue framework. All we're doing is making requests to other things, to third-party APIs, to the database, to whatever. We're all like network bound in all this stuff we're doing. So the speed of the language that you're doing it in matters way less. And I think that's a lot of that is something that the Primogen and a bunch of other performance-focused streamers kind of ignore in their rants about these things. If you're building a REST API, it's just glue to your database and to third-party APIs. The speed of the language doing the glue matters way fucking less than the speed of the things you're consuming. You should absolutely always have TLS going. Yes, 100%. No, if you're not TLS Vibi, someone could man in the middle all of that data. Which means someone connecting to your HTTP without TLS server, every request is listenable on a public Wi-Fi. If you got HTTPS going, nah, fuck it, who cares? Which is where I push back on pirate software. Never connect to something over a Wi-Fi network, that you don't control. Come on, motherfucker. If you're connected through HTTPS, what are they getting? They would need so much fucking compute power to man in the middle a TLS connection as it's happening, So yeah, pirate software doesn't understand how web apps work. He doesn't understand HTTPS. If you're worried about, well, I can't connect to this website on public Wi-Fi, you really massively misunderstand how HTTPS works. And that's fine to misunderstand it, but to mislead people to think that you're an expert, that's a problem. And Jayhawk over on Reddit on YouTube says, but he worked at Blizzard for 7 years. Yeah, first, second generation employee, right? Totally. But dude knows fuck all about building websites. Dude knows fuck all about HTTPS. And that's fine. We all have blind spots. It doesn't make him a bad person. It doesn't make him any less knowledgeable. It just means he doesn't know anything about that. I don't know anything about all sorts of other shit, too. It's fine. You can't know everything. That's impossible. But concentrate on learning about the things that you do care about. And there you go. So yeah, real quick though, I do have to pee. Give me just a second. I got at least one more beverage worth of limes cut. So yeah, let me go pee and I'll be right back. Yeah, exactly. Being willing to learn and being willing to be wrong is very important. And I think that's where Pirate Software is fucked up. It seems like he's never willing to be wrong. That is the entire, like, part of his downfall, even though he's still streaming to, like, 3,000 people. Dude's fucking killing it still, you know? Yeah, being willing to learn and being willing to be wrong is a superpower, actually, in software dev. Because, right, we've all worked with someone like that, like Pirate Software, who can never admit they're wrong. And it's fucked almost every project they work on, right? Like, we've all worked with a person like that, who's not willing to compromise, not willing to understand that just because they have an opinion doesn't make it right. It has made every project that I've worked on that I've worked on with a person like that on the team, it has made the project worse. It's rare, actually, but those people exist, and they suck to work with. Exactly, right? Yeah, humility, you know? It's huge. Finally figuring out that date receive update is not date receive update. What does that mean, Alan? Like data receive, not... Oh, date receive is not data receive. Oh, I get it. Yep. Data versus date. Yeah. Type systems are here to help us, but you don't always have them. But man, we asked Coppinger what he thought about this UI, and he did not respond. He doesn't like it. It's fine. One of these days, I might actually be able to pay Coppinger to help me make it better. Today is not that day. And it's okay. I get it, man. I totally get it. That's actually kind of one of my goals. To eventually be able to pay a designer, hopefully the Coppinger, to make my shit better. That'd be cool. That's the dream, man. To pay people to do the shit that I'm not good at. Wait, what was your other question, Flying Whale? Oh, do you need to master dynamic programming, data structures, design patterns to be a better developer? You should read and understand about them a little bit. No. Rounded corners? No, that's exactly not what we're going for. You should be able to make a pretty layout without rounded corners. Now, I think the hard corners is part of the design aesthetic. I would say, Flying Whale, you should at least read about those things, but the biggest thing to recognize is, with design patterns, do not treat them like the Bible, right? When you're reading the design patterns book, you might read through the singleton chapter and then think, everything needs to be a singleton. And then you go read through the dependency injection chapter and everything needs to be dependency injected. The key is to recognize when these things are applicable and when you get value out of them versus when they're too much effort, right? And that becomes the big thing. And you might say, oh, inject singletons. But you know what? That's actually how Angular's dependency injection works. You can inject a thing that is a singleton at the level you inject it, which means it can be a local singleton per instance of each component, per page, or per the entire application, and it matters about the point at which you inject it. And that's actually a really powerful pattern. So you could have a scroll position singleton, or technically service, that you inject at the page level to maintain your scroll position from page to page. But then within individually scrollable subsections, you could use that same, scroll service. And it's injected at that level. And it's a different instance of what is basically a singleton at the level you inject it, which becomes really fucking powerful. You can write the same logic and just decide where and when to inject it. Possibly multiple times. So I know you were joking a little bit, but that's actually a powerful pattern. You can have the same exact logic instantiated at different levels, but it's functionally a singleton within the scope that you inject it. React has no concept or idea of what that means. Angular really thought ahead about that. And the reusability is pretty high depending on how you write your code. If you wanted to think about how to do that with React, you could do it with a custom hook. But it'd be a trickier hook to write. So you'd have to pass in object references. Right? Like DOM node references, You'd be passing a reference into it as the hook. But doable. It's just a different way of thinking. Let me get another album going. And this is what I'm getting at as well. We got plenty of people here in chat who've probably only ever used React, or only ever used Vue, or only ever used Svelte, or maybe only ever used Angular. But by learning all of them, you give yourself context and understanding about how they actually do things differently. And by understanding what they do differently, you understand how to build for each one better. And that becomes really valuable. So I actually propose learning all the major front-end frameworks. It'll make you a better front-end dev. For back-end, learn all the back-end languages, like all the major ones that maybe make sense. You 3 or 4. And understand how to build for each one and how to build a REST API for them. Like building a REST API for Go is a very different experience than building one with Elixir and Phoenix. Doesn't mean one's better. It just means having the understanding of the nuance between the two makes you better. There you go, Alan. Yep, and I say that all the time. Learning Rust made me a better JavaScript developer. 100%. Learning Go made me a better JavaScript developer. If more people had that mentality, the dev world would be a far better space. Instead of how insular and just awful like the r/web dev community is, Oh, absolutely, Alan, right? Like the way to do concurrency with Go, there's one way to do it, and you use Go routines, and that's it. Whereas in Rust, you've got too many choices, right? And it gets tough. A roadmap to start with backend, build REST APIs. I don't know, man. Roadmaps. I think roadmaps is something you should look into. The fact that they even have some like AI thing. I don't know, man. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. I don't know. Fuck if I know. So then, hold on. There was one other question you asked, I think, right? Or someone asked. Oh, yeah, Flying Whale. So how do I do performance benchmarks for UI? In general, you don't need to. But if you're building a React application, React Scan is pretty good. Understanding big O notation will go a long way. If you don't understand big O, then you're never going to understand why looping through a list of 1,000 things on every render is a bad idea. No, sorry. Nah. There's Sheva Pie. Learning Haskell made you a worse teammate. Touche. Now everybody's got to put up with your Python functional one-liners and map reduces. I mean, I still think there's value there. Python's a cheat code in and of itself, just with like list comprehension and stuff. Like Haskell doesn't even have Python's list comprehension. Does it? I don't think it does. Python will ruin you for other languages, at least a little bit. Because you'll wonder, like, why isn't this built in? Why do I got to write 10 lines to do what Python can do in half of one, But the lack of type safety in Python will be annoying for everybody. So I don't know. It gets tough. There's good things and bad things about everything. Recognize that nothing's perfect and you're good to go. There was an advent of code problem once that was just a Python sort, whereas like in other languages, it was a tougher one, right? So Pedro, you're saying you're used to JS for backend, struggling in your first job now using Laravel. It shouldn't be that hard, right? Like syntax differences, some of that BS, like I could get that. It depends, like, is the Laravel project rendering templates and then you're having to like do like the, what is it, Livewire? Like BS? If so, well, yeah. See my rant earlier about live view, Livewire, Hotwire, and how those are bad patterns. But as far as building like REST APIs and just general backend, nah, dude, it should be super easy. Like, you got the knowledge. Yeah, you're going to be Googling a bunch of shit. That's fine. That's the job. All right, so back to the admin portal. We got this thing failing to render. Must appear in the group by clause or be used in an aggregate function. Well, that's not right. That's totally fucking wrong. So yeah, no, the group by. Now we get rid of the group by. So then, yeah, the fragment count distinct. We should probably turn that into like an aggregate function in the way that they're talking about it. But okay, so hold on. You're using React with inertia. I think inertia is also a bad pattern. I feel like inertia is basically like Livewire's second cousin in not a good way. But I haven't used inertia. I haven't looked into it, so I'm not specifically aware. But my instinct is that inertia is just bubbling up state via JSON to the front end, and then you consume that with like a hook from the React side or something, right? So then you're just using React to like decorate the page template that was rendered by Laravel already or something. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it seems like a bad pattern to me as well. I could be wrong. I haven't looked into inertia enough. But I don't think you should be building React in the same space, like a React application in the same space as your Laravel API. You could have it as part of a mono repo, sure, but they should be fundamentally separated. Like their deploy, their builds, like all that stuff should be completely separate from each other. So yeah, I don't know. I'll have to give inertia a try just to understand what I don't like about it. In my head, without actually having used it, it seems like something very similar to Livewire, but just not the exact same. Like, here's my question. When you're doing an inertia project, what manages the routing? Right? I think Laravel is actually still responsible for routing at that point. Which then gets back to, no, these things are too coupled. Almost all apps are giant monoliths. Yeah, no, and I get that. That's just a thing. I just think it's a bad thing. I think it's super gross. So yeah, Pedro. I'm hoping you're able to put up with it long enough to find a better job. Because it's just not the right way to go. I don't believe in it whatsoever. But totally up to you. We can disagree. Sometimes you just got to deal with a job that's not ideal for long enough so that you can get the job that is ideal. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this whole method and we're going to plug this into... let's just do T3 chat. Why not? Yes, I still need to actually pay for T3 chat. That's on me. All right, Gemini, figure that shit out. Oh, I need to use left join. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I should be left joining all the things I want to do counts with. So they're still saying I need to do it by billing tier? Wait, how does Pre-Seed have 0 users? All right, so maybe that's fine because I didn't actually create a user for it. What other ones do we have, right? Foo and bar? All right, so here's what I'm going to do. Oh, how do I close all of these? Close all. There we go. All right, so we're going to see orgs here. All right, we're going to view, edit data, and then we're going to go org users, view, edit data. So then what I want to see is, right, like for an org that we had as empty, right? So like pre-seed. Let's look at pre-seed here. That is 2D6B. 2D6B. So then we go look here. Org ID. We don't see a 2D6B. Okay, so I feel like this might be accurate. Let's double check all the ones that have a 0 just in case. So we got foo and bar here. And hold on, let me double check. Stuff. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. We're good. Jesus. I had the whiskey in me at one point, and I don't remember why, but I created, like, I don't remember the specific reason, but I remember the joke, where it was like, I wanted to create an account that was from, like, a Twitter account, from the perspective of a European that doesn't understand why the US does things certain way. Like, or maybe, like, I don't know. That was the gist. I had the whiskey in me. I created an account called I'm a peon. European, I'm a peon, we're all a peon. And I've been getting the weirdest fucking spam to that account. Like sex bot bullshit. Yeah. I'm a peon. You know, like, I'm a peon? Like, I don't know. I thought it was funny at the moment where I created it, but I still don't remember why I specifically created it. I was gonna do a tweet and I didn't actually do the tweet. Like, I created the account and I was like, as I was making the tweet, I was like, I don't care enough. And that was about it. But I still have it, and it's I'm a peon. Like, I don't know. Good old Whiskey Chris. He's the best, isn't he? Exactly, Alan. What could possibly go wrong with an I'm a peon account? I'm a peon. You're a peon. We're all a peon. I should do it the other way. You're a peon. I'm a peon. We're all a peon. I think it's kind of fun, but I really don't remember why I created it. Oh shit, hold on. I need more limes. Give me a second. 7.45 on that thump? Yeah, no, this thing doesn't have enough like empty space in it. No, I water it down. Yeah. I realize I'm missing a lime though. But yeah, I water it down massively. So, right, the whiskey goes to there and then water to the rest. So I can sip on it. But I'm out of limes. Let me go slice some more limes real quick. BRB, give me just a second. I mean, more than a single second. European. I'm a peon. We're all a peon. I don't know why. I thought it was hilarious when I made it. We're all a peon. Hold on. We're going to do a quick tweet. Is that a good, fun tweet? Because I am not even kidding. I hear that song in my head. Put the lime in the coconut, you drink them both up, you put the lime in the coconut. Right? Like, absolutely. That happens every single time I'm squeezing that lime. You literally quoted that when I said lime a minute ago. Yeah, you put the lime in the coconut, you drink them both up. And call me in the morning. Yeah, for sure. Someone needs to reply to that and call me in the morning. Otherwise, we know that Twitter is fucking dead. One of these days you'll need to try it. The lime and the coconut thing? Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Like lime, coconut, and rum. That could actually be a decent drink. That could be like, dude, like, you could call it the Tommy Bahama or something, right? Where it's like rum, coconut water, and a lime squeezed in. And then you drink them both up. Hold on. Who's the artist that did it? Lime and the coconut. Harry Nilsson. Right? So you could call it a Harry Lime. It is a great song. It's a fantastic song. Yeah, for sure. I said, doctor. Like, it's just so good, dude. It's such a classic song. Hold on. I just wanted the image. Harry Nilsson. No, I wanted the other. Whatever. Image. Right? This is one of the greatest album covers of all time. Nilsson Schmilsson. That's one of the greatest album covers of all time. But yeah, how's it going, Coke Girl? What you up to? Not much, just hanging out. Hell yeah. Any word back from the interview thing? I feel like you hadn't heard back yet the other day, but I also had the whiskey in me, so I might have forgot. Probably Tuesday. Yeah. You also failed one interview at another company. That happens. Yeah, that's no stress. But yeah, no worries. No stress. Yeah, sorry to even bring it up. I don't know. Ooh, hold on. We got one really good song. I think it's this one. Yes. Yeah. I just didn't want to like rub it in. I don't know. You're not super invested anyway. It would just be a nice to have, maybe. Like, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good mentality to have, for sure. Steely Dan's Aja cover? Yeah, that's definitely a person. Like, did you never see the face? Like, you never saw the face? That's funny, Alan. Yeah. You might be emotionally colorblind. And I'm using that in the IT crowd reference for what that actually means. You might be emotionally colorblind. She said, I'm really artistic. Artistic? Yeah, we were having a big argument, and then all of a sudden, this compliment came out of nowhere. It's a good episode, for sure, right? No, you're not autistic, but you are emotionally colorblind. Like, oh my god. We were having this argument, and that compliment came out of nowhere. Like, yeah, exactly. It's so good. I love IT Crowd. I might be one of the biggest IT Crowd fans, for sure. You absolutely need to go back for a rewatch, for sure. All right. So yeah, how's everyone's day going? What y'all up to? You having a good day? I think, yeah, we got these extra things in here, and they look good. I think they look really good. You know, I don't need to be impersonating Fu right now, so I'll just switch to Harker, sure. And yeah, Alan, if you want to do a full rewatch, we do them on the gaming channel on a regular basis, actually. Right? You chime in on a good like Wednesday or Sunday. We could watch the whole thing together, man. I'm just saying. We could totally do it. But yeah, so if we wanted to style this better, I almost want to get rid of that. right? Like, you know, we clicked into admin. We know we're on the admin portal. And then maybe teams just ends up being the list of teams without being inside of a card. And then maybe we just want to be able to jump between teams. Maybe it's just admin teams, and like what other section would we even give a shit about as an admin? Like, I think it's just teams right now. I don't think we gain any value. Right? Like admin portal, like, dude, yeah, we know we just clicked the admin button. Right? So then is this actually in a card? I think it just lives on its own. And it's an H2. And then we just get rid of, like, the card BS. And then call me in the morning. I said, doctor. Duh. I think we just make that a fragment, and then we just close the fragment. But, hold on. Let's get more music going. God, what do we even play at this point? Like, man, we're late enough in stream. I could play anything we want. We could go 80s. We could go 90s. We could just keep doing synthwave. Interceptor? Ooh, that's definitely an album that we have. Like, that's the ones that we have in our playlist. Right? The Jake Kesey album, right? All right. Yeah, no, we can do that. That's a good recommendation. I'll allow it. Yeah, no, it's a really good code vibe. Yeah, good call, man. I was about to jump into fucking like 80s rap or something, you know? Right? Ba-doon, da-doon, 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 bass. Right? But you know what? Yeah, we can do Interceptor. That's a solid recommendation. Thank you. Yeah, 80s rap is a vibe, but it's a different vibe. Ba-doon, da-doon, 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 bass. Yeah. So Alan, yeah, propaganda jazz, a little bit. Maybe Alan's saying like the genre we should listen to is propaganda jazz, but you know, whatever. I think I just sold myself on really wanting to hear Grandmaster Flash's White Lines. Vision dreams of passion flowing through my mind, and all the while I think of you. A very strange reaction. The more I see, the more I do. Something like a phenomenon, telling your body to come along in white lines. Sorry. I'm not a big rap listener in general, but 80s rap and early 2000s like hip hop are very close to my heart. And like late 90s hip hop, right? You know, hieroglyphics, Deltron, like some of that stuff. Vanilla Ice. Go Ninja, go Ninja, go. If that's your jam, no hate. I've listened to way worse stuff. For sure. What is propaganda jazz, by the way, Alan? Oh, is that Bill Clinton's album? B-Funk instead of like P-Funk? Is that it? Is that propaganda jazz? Right? Him and his saxophone? Keep in mind, I'm left wing, so like I'm all for it. That sounds amazing. Could you imagine anyone in the right wing actually playing an instrument and making music worth listening to? Doesn't happen. Doesn't exist. Never happened. Glenn Miller stuff. Ooh, I don't know Glenn Miller. Okay. Is he one of those dudes that does way too many notes? Too many unnecessary notes? From back in the 40s. Okay. Yeah, Glenn Miller, cousin of Arthur Miller. Sounds about right, actually. Could you imagine the Crucible with a jazz soundtrack? Like, honestly, during like the witches around the fire scenes, like, absolutely, that should be some fucking like heavy-handed jazz. Right? Devil music. Some of this is going like literarily over people's heads. Not literally, literarily. Like my fucking Of Mice and Men reference the other day. I went literarily over someone's head. For sure. That's my bad. You can't make literary references on Twitter. They don't land. Some of those people on Twitter would be really upset if they could read. All right, so I do like what we got here. We got the teams thing separated out a bit. I'm going to add a little bit of spacing to this, you know. We're going to go MB4. I do think maybe a 3XL could be good. And then it's all teams. I'm gonna want to start doing sorting and filtering. That's an edge case. That's a separate thing. What I'm thinking, though, is each row here should actually have BG white. Right? So then it stands out. And then technically, hold on. We're going to do some CLSX magic. We need to bring in CLSX. Why were there two of them? And hold on. We'll make this 50. That feels pretty good. That feels okay to me. It's not ideal. Because that orange is so close to the background. If we make this gray instead. And then we got to go 100. Oh, I like that. Oh, I really like that. Ah, that feels good. That feels right to me. How do we feel about it? That feels pretty good. Yeah, I think it's solid, right? Like we do the orange, sure. We can make it orange 50. And then it's a little more subtle, but it's accurate. And then we do this and blah, blah, blah. So then I think I want to make the drop down button instead of neutral. Fuck it, it's just a regular button. BG white. No, get that out of here. Come on, man. All right, and then it's just a button within the thing. And I don't think I want it to be that. The hover BG? Nah, that's a nope. No, we're not going to do a dark theme. I'm sorry. Right? Darkman, by the way, is a fantastic film in which the hero is played by Liam Neeson. Neeson, you know what I meant. Before he was big. Like, dude, the first Darkman film is actually like a very early Liam Neeson. Now, I think you need I think you need a little sunshine in your life. Oh, Dark City is amazing. Dark City is one of my favorite films ever made. Yeah, Alan. Alan over on YouTube. Dark City is fucking epic. Right? Which is why I have a hard time seeing, like, what is it? Like, Rupert Sewell or, like, something Sewell? Right? The dude who's the bad guy in A Knight's Tale? He's the fucking hero of Dark City, man. But it's also kind of a dark role. And he's the perfect, like, he is the perfect casting for that role. Because he's a bit dark himself. Like, you actually wonder, like, oh, did he commit the murder? Did he actually just do that shit? I could picture this dude being a murderer. Absolutely. Yeah. Rufus. It's Rufus, not Rupert. Rufus Sewell. Yeah, dude, Dark City is a perfect film. Like a massively perfect film. I'm a massive fan of the film. Absolutely, dude. Yeah. Rufus Sewell. Not Rupert. Rufus. He's a bad guy in basically everything he's ever done. He plays the perfect, like, borderline anti-hero, but then, no, he's actually the hero. Spoiler alert. Come on. You've had time. Yeah, Dark City is a perfect film. I recommend everyone here actually watch it. It is a perfect film. Like, it's really good fucking sci-fi. If I had read a short story that was Dark City, I'd be a huge fan of whoever the author was, you know? In the same way, I'm a massive fan of Kurt Vonnegut with his, like, Welcome to the Monkey House. I started reading Kurt Vonnegut's novels because Welcome to the Monkey House is that good. Yeah, no, this feels really good to me. This feels like a really good aesthetic that we got going. I like this. So then, all right, managing billing. What do we do from there? So what I want to do right now, and yes, I would absolutely be using GitKraken CLI tool to commit, like, to actually do this commit. But the CLI tool doesn't allow me to actually override how the prompt goes for, like, generating commit message, and I want to keep doing conventional commits. So I need to push back on that with the company. Like, we need the ability to fine-tune commit format from the CLI. We really need that. That's the thing I need to make happen because I'm the developer advocate. I might be speaking and advocating for me as a developer, but you know what? Other people care too. Like, other people really fucking care about this stuff. I couldn't use this on a team that requires some of that stuff, you know? So yeah. Yeah, I need to push back harder. We've just had other priorities, and I didn't think it was worth wasting people's time for. And I still think within like the next week, it's not worth wasting people's time for. But eventually, yeah. But then, you know, at the end of the day, I've been given at least enough permission to... I could make that change myself. But it's not something they want me spending a lot of time on. Like, I have other stuff I need to do as the developer advocate. I should not be filling in as a dev too much. All right, so this is feat add admin endpoints. All right, so then the other bit. Oh, we updated Lucide. Yep. Okay, so we're getting that pushed up. There we go. Ah, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Yeah, we're not using that anymore, so that makes sense. Nah, I mean, bourbon fingers are still happening. But, dash amend. There we go. And I typed that git push origin main without even looking. So bourbon fingers had nothing to do with that part. There's just something I forgot. So we're good. We're good. Yeah, when we look at it, we've got one page that is pushing, or one thing, right? This index, whatever it is, that's pushing 318K after gzip. But for a dashboard application, I think that's fine. I don't think I need to worry about that. I think we're good. How big can they get before it's a problem? For a dashboard application, as long as you have a good fucking like rendering screen, it can be huge, right? Like HubSpot is massive. Like there are plenty of applications that are just really fucking big to get into the dashboard. And it's fine because you need all that shit to be productive. Right? Like, the dashboard is so much different than the front end, right? The thing that you care about, SEO and like random people accessing. The moment they're logging in, they're already hooked. Like, you can give them an extra second or two of load time. it's fine. It's really okay. When SEO and like end users are concerned, it's fine. So you mean like in megabytes? No, 500 megs would be insane. No, the moment we're getting to like 5 megabytes, we should figure out what we can do better, right? Are there assets you could lazy load as the user like tries to access them? Sure. But dude, 5 megs is fucking insane. Like 5 megs is such a massive application that you're probably fucking up to even generate that anyway. But if you're legitimately generating a 5 megabyte payload, depends on your users at that point. Like, how big is the initial load for Figma? I bet the initial Figma load is kind of fucking huge. But you know what? You're already trying to log in. You're already trying to use this thing. What are you going to do? Not load Figma? No, you're going to pay that cost. And I think that's what a lot of people like misunderstand. When you're login gated, you don't care about the SEO, you don't care about pre-rendering, you're not caring about customers. At that point, someone has a vested interest in loading the application. And a loading screen for, I don't know, up to X amount of seconds is fine. Because they want to do, they have to do the thing in the UI that you're gating them by, and they're going to put up with it. This is very different from people that are trying to buy something on an e-commerce store. For e-commerce, you should absolutely optimize every little bit of everything to make it as fast as possible. But we're not talking about an e-commerce store. We're talking about someone logging into an application. And at that point, people are okay with a waiting time for an application. Look at HubSpot. Look at Salesforce. Look at any of this shit. It's fine. All right, so here we are at borderline 8 p.m. So Vibi, I mean, it really depends. I have no idea. Like, I described like the two specific points where you might diverge from these two lines of thinking, but when you want to get more specific, that's just its own thing, you know? So Lightspeed, what you're saying is the Linux people saved you from yourself, right? Yeah, the Linux people know that users fuck up sometimes. Yep. Nah, they get it. They know. They fucking know, man. But here we are on a Friday night, and a new patch for Path of Exile just released. I'm going to play some of that tonight on Gaming Stream after I eat the 2 burgers I'm probably going to eat. Yeah, I'm going to cook some burgers for dinner. Let's do that. Let me squeeze the lime and do some of this other stuff. I think we have a good point at which we can pick back up tomorrow. Yeah, no worries, Alan. No worries, people on YouTube. I mean, we're not gone yet. But we got some really good features done today. And oh my god, I'm basically out of water. So I should not drink this. Hold on, wait, maybe. All right, now I can drink this. All right. We can sip it. Now, we had a really good day, and I'll be back here tomorrow, and I'll be streaming almost all weekend. I think I was thinking about streaming Sunday anyway, but you know what? Sunday's a good day to still get some shit done, play some games. So Sunday will be a day off, even though Monday is a holiday. Monday, I'll get some shit done in the morning, but then we'll just stream like it's a normal Monday. So, yeah. Now, I'm really proud of what we've done with the dashboard so far. Now we just simply need to do the manage billing part, which doesn't do anything. We're going to pop up a modal that shows their billing tier, and then we're going to override that. But that'll involve maybe even like a separate table on the back end to make sure that they're not billed. And we just simply, they're opted into, hey, we decided that you get this billing tier regardless. And then that's on us, and we manage it and whatever. And yeah, that's going to bubble up to, oh man, hey, you're on a specific billing tier. Do you want to pay us more? You're welcome to do so, but just keep in mind your freeness goes away and you're paying for what you're paying for. And then even then, if someone's on the enterprise license, because we decided to just give them that, and they want to actually start paying, then how do we handle that? So yeah, there's I don't know, there's a lot to think about for the managed, free billing tiers we give people. And then how do we handle letting them pay for their own shit? I get it. Yeah, you're on the free tier, or you're on, pre-seed or startup on our dime, If you want to pay for more, you can do so, but it'll cancel the free tier we gave you. If you want to ask for that free tier later, well, okay, sure. Yeah, we got to work on how the canceling and all that works. So, yeah, I think we're at a good point. It's almost 8 p.m. and I want to play some games tonight. I want to play some Path of Exile too. I want to level up a new character. It's a new season and all that shit. Let's do that. Anyone want to play some PoE 2 with me? It'll be after I cook these burgers. I got these cheeseburgers. But yeah, we'll make that happen. We got to figure out who we got to go raid. But anyone that wants to play some PoE 2 together tonight, just let me know. I'll be over on Gaming Stream. All right, so if you don't know, gaming channel is Gripping and Chill. Zero, have you paid for PoE 2? That's the big thing. And if you have, then yeah, let's join up. Yeah, let's play. I mean, it's up to you. I don't want to force you into anything. Come on, man. If it's something you actually want to do, awesome. If it's not a game you enjoy, then, I don't know, do you enjoy Diablo, etc.? If you don't enjoy Diablo, you shouldn't pay for it. But if you do want to play together, yeah, I'll be live on the other channel here real quick. I see Coppinger going. He's killing it. We're going to go raid... Oh, wait. No, the person I was looking at... Oh, they're offline. Let me just refresh this then. Who's even streaming that I still follow? Auroral Games is playing PoE 2. Oh, interesting. Nice. We see Wolfie Master. No. Birdie FM is playing Pokemon stuff. Interesting. Jispo. We do see the Coppinger. Again, the Shy Hat. Trycatch TV. Odat Nerd. So it's basically either Odat Nerd, the Coppinger. We rated the Coppinger last night. Yeah, it's a big download, dude. So just keep in mind, I'm going to be eating food for the next, let's just call it a half hour. Let's go raid Odatner. He's a great dude. It'll be the first time we've raided Odatner without Indian food on the way, which is interesting. So, yeah, let's go raid Odatner. And then I'll be live tomorrow. Damn right. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I appreciate all y'all. We had a really good stream today. We did a bunch of stuff. You know, I started a bit late, so that's on me. I apologize. I feel like, yeah, damn, the numbers. At least 20 of the people that would be lurking here are lurking the Coppinger right now. I get it. It's fine. I get it. He's great. It's fine. If you're going to head over there, he's awesome. Tell him I said hi. But yeah, we're going to go raid Odatnerd because we raided Coppinger just last night. So I'm going to click that button. Anyone on YouTube, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. But yep, we're going to end the YouTube stream first. Cheers.